Okay. Where was I? Listen, this game sucks. We'll just know. AM2R is better in every way. And this game doesn't even deserve to exist. This game is hot garbage and should be thrown in the trash. And all the other crap that I heard back when I was streaming this the last time. Which was a fair amount of crap, actually. Oh, okay. This is back a bit, isn't it? So you're probably wondering why we went back a bit. So my computer crashed. Near as I could tell, the thing that did it was Discord. I spent a little bit of time trying to reverse that. Try to figure out what the hell actually happened. Did a couple of little changes under the hood. Hopefully those will prevent that from happening again. And as a consequence, obviously lost a little bit of progress. Because, you know, here we are. Just about to die. So I have 7 health left. And we're dead. Hey, Federation Builder. I've already been through here, but I don't remember where I'm going. I'm not sure where this is at in the timeline, for lack of a better way to put it. God, those things hurt. I am in Area 3. I can tell because I'm in the digging area. But I can't go this way. So where can I go? This is confusing. Sure, Federation Builder, why not? I love super relevant questions. Hey, simple gamer. Now let's try something here. Okay, that's extremely unhelpful. You know, I swear I just did this, but I have no memories of it. I was concentrated on something else at the time. Oh, here we go. Okay, yep, I'm found. I know where I am in the game now. We're at the game's journalist point, aren't we? Okay, now that I know where I am. Let's grab that ability that I thought I was at and already had. Probably because it was literally like two rooms away from me. Ahem. Yep, I know how it works. Thank you. By the way, hi Krensler. I do hope you enjoy, such as it is. I know not everyone likes my Metroid runs. So it's always nice to see people during these runs. Because I like the Metroid runs. Because, you know, they're awesome. Uh-oh. I think we have a lurker. We're gonna have to fumigate for big ones. This is a really weird one. I've been debating the controls of this game this whole time. And while I don't like the analog thing, as I've said before, I get really used to it, especially because, you know, so much of the aiming is down to the analog, even automatically. You know? So I'm kind of getting into the feel of it. So that's cool. But other than that, there's a lot of smart decisions about what buttons should be where. Something that isn't talked about often when it comes to control design is thinking about which buttons on the hand should go with which abilities, because you have to think about what abilities you'll be using alongside those abilities, right? So it's easy to say this should be jump and this should be shoot, but if you make those two things that are hard to hit at the same time with, you know, a human hand, then you have failed your players. You have failed the customers in designing something that is quick and easy and intuitive. Now, obviously, rebinding is always helpful for this kind of thing, but you can see how good control design is something that I don't see very often in game design. In fact, one of the only developers I would say that really practices good key binding design as a general practice is Nintendo. So, for example, something like A being a straight toggle, cool. You know, that tracks, right? But if you want something that you're using all the time, that needs to be right there where both of your thumbs are always going to be. And lo and behold, everything I need is right here, all at a glance. Spidable, jump, no problem. No adjustments. Same thing with switching to missiles. Boom, just like that. You want to switch weapons? Well, it's not something you do all the time, and you don't have to do it in combat. So that's a switch down here. Little stuff like that, right? There's always going to be buttons that you use all the time and buttons you use infrequently, and thinking about which goes where is important. For example, let's say this is a game where you have to switch weapon types frequently in the middle of a boss fight. Let's say it's like, oh my god, it's going to do, like, death, fire. So you have to use frost. And then it does fire, so you do fire, and then you do lightning, and you have to have all three of those available quickly and easily. Then you put it on the shortcut keys, like in Prime 1, where you just tap the button and immediately switch over to the new weapon type. Quick, easy, efficient for something you use in combat. In this game, the D-pad actually changes these things. You probably can't even see that, but that's what changes with our Aeon abilities. So I can just go... Bzzz. And being able to switch between the shield and the shoot at will is actually pretty important, because those are things that we're going to be using in combat. So that makes sense. And being able to just default it up there, logical. You see what I mean, right? I'm talking this around in circles, and I apologize for being dumb and stupid, but I'm trying to convey what I believe to be actually good control design. I'm probably doing a bad job of it. I apologize. And yeah, there are plenty of games, thank you, Blade12, there are plenty of games I've played where the actual, like, even though the games had keep rebindings, because of how the controls were designed, rebindings didn't necessarily fix the problems. Elden Ring was a perfect example of that. No matter what I did, one of the controls was always going to be wrong in Elden Ring because of the fact that they kept combining buttons. And frankly, we absolutely had that problem with Other M. It doesn't matter how you rebind things, it's always going to be wrong somehow, right? And yeah, I admit I have what I call a bit of a standardized setup for every MMO I've played, which I've built up over years and years and years of experience. If I can't set up my MMO to be able to play like that, then I will not have a good time playing that MMO. Oh yeah, Messenger. Another perfect example. Could not rebind the glide off of jump button. And so it kept screwing with me constantly. Another great example. Talking like I actually know what the hell I'm talking about. So what I'm trying to say is, this game probably deserves multiple positives for controls, but in a kind of a non-standard way. Oh god, yeah, Assassin's Creed. Yeah, it's funny, because Assassin's Creed as a series gets this exact thing both right and wrong. Because some of the early Assassin's Creed games are just frustrating as crap. But some of the later ones play very, very smoothly. Let's go get that unlock one. That looks like a shortcutty thing. Let's do that. That's me. But that's definitely a shortcutty thing. Teleport station. Grabbing a save state there. Probably not Blade Travel. I think that Bounty Hunter just had several issues in general, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I always worry that I'm over-explaining or under-explaining, or often both. I don't want to treat anybody like they're idiots, but I also don't want to assume everybody's been listening to everything I've ever said ever, and has been studying game design for over a decade like I have. So I try to break things down every time I talk about them, just in case there's someone listening to it who hasn't heard me say these things before. I didn't used to do that, actually, and then people started complaining about it, and brought attention to the fact that I was assuming that everyone was fully versed on the topic every single video, or every single stream. And it was a valid point, because I was doing that. So I was trying to... I have been trying, for the last many years at this point, to rectify that problem. I had Del Taco's 8-layer burrito, because Taco Bell got rid of the 7-layer burrito, so you know what? Screw them. So what's this? Jump? Spring? No. Oh, this is grapple. God, I really did lose a lot of progress there, didn't I? I apologize for the repetition. Hi, Evo. I'm catching back up, and I'm pausing to try and read what the heck Federation Builder is saying, and I'm failing at it because I'm terrible. There we go. Okay. Oh, right. Swap it. So, that's not quite how that tends to work out, Federation Builder. I get where you're going with, but unfortunately, because of how time works, if it really is Type 2 time travel, then what you have is the destruction of all of time. And I'm not actually exaggerating about that. That's literally the consequence of the type of paradox you just laid out. The moment that you switch from... The moment that you make an alteration that would prevent you from making an alteration, you have successfully destroyed time. I'm dead serious. Because time will never be allowed to move forwards. You make the change, so you don't make the change, which means you don't make the change that prevented you from making the change. So you make the change, but you can't, because you have now made the change, which prevents you from making the change. I'm not saying that to be joking. I mean this sincerely. Time just stops dead at this point and never moves forward because it can't. Each time it tries to move forward, it then loops back on itself infinitely. Make sense? So this is why we in fiction have come up with something we call the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause. This is a near mandatory aspect of time travel, because if you do not have the Time Traveler's Exemption Clause, then time travel functionally can't happen unless it's Type 3. Time Traveler's Exemption Clause means the person doing the time traveling is immune to the time travel. In this case, this is actually really smooth at this point. You go here, you go back, you change the thing that would have prevented you from time traveling, and then you are completely unchanged. You are unaffected by what happened because you are exempt from the change that you made to the time travel. You go back to the present, and everything's all different. Back to the Future is a perfect example of this type of thing. Type 1 time travel does not require a time travel exemption clause because all changes were already made the first time around, because there only is the first time around. So it's one of the reasons why Type 1 time travel is so much harder to write, is because you have to kind of plan everything out in advance, right? Otherwise, it's not Type 1 time travel. Now, there's some asterisks there, because that's how life is. But for the most part, that's the limitations. You know what? I'm just gonna eat all y'all. Okay, these guys are spawning. Holy crap! Let's not mess with these guys. We're gonna be merciful and allow them to live. Most fiction usually presumes there is a time traveler's exemption clause, because if there isn't, then there probably is no time travel. It's just kind of an unwritten rule. I didn't even come up with that term. That's just a standardized term. Okay. So I think... Ah! This is where I was, roughly. Yep, no, this feels right. Oh my god, okay. There's no health refill anywhere nearby that I know of. What's over there? Nothing. Okay, what's over here? Nothing. Okay. Death in all directions. Of course you can, Evo. I thought I already said yes. Maybe I didn't. I am very stupid. We here at the Lore Walkers are not stupid, because the Lore Runner's got us covered. He is the stupid one. I will handle all your stupidity for you. Hey, Walker. Is it this one? This one? This one, I think, is it. Surely I have a better one than this, huh? Hang on, what's up here? What's up here? No, hang on. How about this one? Nope. Damn. I do like how in the teleportation menu you could see the whole map. Quality of life feature. I know what you're saying. Of course you can, but actually, most games that have this kind of waypoint system do not actually have this kind of quality of life where you can see where you're teleporting. It just says, you're going to Area 1. Would you like to go to Area 1? Instead, I could check here, and I'm actually looking around at the map being like, what have I missed up here? I think we will go to Area 1. And thank you, Judo. I'm assuming that's Judo Joker. I might be wrong. We'll find out in a second. Let's be a little cautious, because we're on the verge of death. I knew it, Judo Joker. Let's grab that donation, then. Let's grab it, shake it. Make sure to mix all the contents thoroughly. This is apparently a trade, so this is going towards MLP D5 Streaminations, which will score very badly because that show sucks. Republic Commando, and Baldur's Gate may never happen. Excuse me. Appreciate you, Judo Joker. Thank you very much. Seriously, that show sucks. Has anybody seen that show? I say sucks, that's exaggerative. It is substantially lower quality. I think that's a more accurate way to phrase that. Up and left, up and left, up and left. So, if I say MLP, I mean Gen 4, which is, Friendship is Magic is the formal subtitle. There is a Gen 5, which I forget what its subtitle is, which is more recent, just kind of doing its own thing. It's CGI 3D based instead of 2D Flash based, and it's just not on the same level. It's just nowhere near as good, which is the point I am making. Oh, that's a door. Okay, work with that. I can work with that. And I can explain it very simply. Even if you know nothing about MLP, let me lay this out for you. Think about a show you know, okay? Okay, here's a show. Boom, it's a show. Cool. This show has a major character who has dealt with, it's your main character, right? And they've dealt with crises and difficulties and all kinds of stuff over the years. They've grown wiser and they've grown more talented, and they're officially at the point where you could call them hero status, right? So, cool. They've dealt with a lot of crap in their careers. But hang on. We need to do this new show, okay? So this new villain shows up, and their dick is so big, okay? God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I want to save. I want to live. Is this really my only option? All right, whatever. The show. I'm explaining this badly because I'm on the verge of death. Holy crap. On the verge of death here. It's kind of like the Jailer, yeah. There's this brand new villain. You've never heard of them before. They've been around since forever. They are so much more powerful. They are so much more powerful than anything else you've ever seen before. The previous heroes could do nothing. They're completely powerless. This new villain is so incredibly amazing. Their dick is so big, you don't even know. And then, so that's already bad, right? That's already, it's straight up warfing, and I'm not a big fan of warfing. But then it gets worse, because when they actually show the new villain is pathetic and terrible, constantly, to the point of it being laughable. Like, they're a mockery. They're not some super amazing Death Doom. They're Team Rocket. You know what I mean? And so the new villain is pathetic. And it just kind of deflates everything. Yeah, it turns out their dick's actually super tiny. Who knew? And this completely deflates the show in general. Well, excuse me, let me walk that back. It completely deflates the villain. But hang on. We can go even worse. Check this out. Rather than having this just be a case of this one new off villain and then they go off and do other stuff, which, might work out. Instead, they decide to make the new villain the focus of the entire new show. The whole show is now centered around the actions of this villain and what they're doing with regards to the protagonists. The whole thing. So now, the entire show is suffering, because now we're talking about the central pillar of storytelling is awful. And just subpar. And not working. So that sucks. I could talk about other things that are awful about it, but honestly, I don't really have to. I think I've made my point pretty clearly. And again, awful is a bit of an exaggeration. I shouldn't say awful. It is not as good. Oh, by the way, the reason I know all this is because one of my nieces has been watching the new show. She doesn't like it that much. Go figure. Another thing that sucks about the new show, the way they approach songs. How many of you know the rules of a musical? There's actually several, but there's a really big one, which is It's actually like 3 rules, but point being, there's one really big rule about musicals. I feel like I shouldn't bother with that, yeah. Let's not. Don't fall asleep. Exactly. Wait, what? No, the big rule has to do with how you approach the music in your musical. It should never feel like the musical stops to play a song. The music should grow naturally from the events and should inform the story and push the story forward narratively. It's a really, really common rule that, bad musicals tend to break. So I guess what this show does... I can't remember the episode, I can't remember the song because it was extremely unmemorable. But there was a specific sequence where they were just going through their everyday, talking, chatting, hanging out, what's going on, yep. And then they just broke out into song randomly about something that had nothing to do with anything. Just a completely random, hey, let's sing, da-da-da-da-da, singing is so great, woo. Okay, we're done singing. And then they just went back to what they were talking about before. It was the most jarring thing. They do that regularly on the new show. Just insert musical number here. Well, then I'm afraid to say this, Melkaiser, you have not seen good musicals. Offense. I don't blame you. I mean, I do. So, I'm going to need your musical card and your license. The Generation 5 of My Little Pony, which I don't actually remember what the subtitle is. Actually, I can name another show that it's very similar to in that approach. The Donkey Kong Country Show. And if you know anything about that show, you know that is an insult. I don't know how to say it, I suppose. I am so sorry, Random. Advice on drawing again. Goddamn. So, unfortunately, I know the worst possible advice. Which, of course, is the advice to tell you to just do it, right? Just force yourself. But I understand that that doesn't work for, honestly, most people. So I'm not going to give you that piece of advice. Yeah, I think, so momentum is something I talk about a lot when it comes to anything creative. Usually it comes up in writing, but momentum is absolutely a thing for any creative outlet. And the answer is and always will be, just keep writing, right? So here's my advice to you, Evo. Let's say you start sketching something, and then you stop, because, you're having motivation issues, which makes perfect sense. That's okay, sketch something else. Or move on, do something else for a bit. And then go back and sketch again. Doesn't have to be the same sketch. Keep sketching. Keep writing. Keep doing it. Even if you're not completing anything, even if you're not actually writing, keep saying writing. Even if you're not actually drawing a painting, or a scene, or a person, it doesn't matter if you finish it. It matters if you start it. And even if you have a dozen or 100 random sketches, incomplete and unfinished sketches of just random doodles, that's better than nothing. I actually do know several professional writers, artists, who do exactly that. Who just have a big ol' sketch pad and they just sketch, and they just sketch, and they just sketch, and it's just a bunch of random crap, right? Get it out onto the paper. It's the best advice I could possibly give you. Because I am worthless and terrible. Thank you, Game Geek. Always appreciate you. Much obliged. Seek and destroy. Cyberpunk and Mercenaries. Jesus Christ, Mercenaries. Playground Destruction. The other piece of advice would involve some discipline. Okay, get a big old thing of chocolate, right? Like that. What's that chocolate that has like milk cream or something in it? I forget what it's called. And have it right there. But you can't have a bite until you've drawn. You have to earn it. Think of it like a video game. You have to earn it. You have to increase, your level in order to earn that. Maybe a Cadbury? I don't know. Whatever works for you. Whatever works for you. If you had a really, really good friend who was physically present for you, they could hold on to the chocolate. And then, ah, you've been drawing. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. The human brain already kind of likes those kind of reward cycles, so, you know, it's not that out of bounds. You know, I do something, I earn something, is a very typical psychological trick. Yeah, well, whoever that friend is of yours who isn't there physically for you, Eva, must be a terrible friend. Okay, so we've refilled everything. Let's head back. See, the irony is, I would be terrible at motivating someone to go to a gym, because I cannot stand exercising in front of other people. Even someone I know. Can't do it. So I'd be like, yeah, go ahead, I'll be back here not exercising. Might have to use the elevator at this point. I want to check one other thing, but I think it is elevator time. Make it, Krenzler. Oh, right, that's what it wants me to do. Hang on. Boop. Oh, for God's sakes. save point up here, but whatever. I didn't know that. Oh. So, alternate dimensions or timelines, or whatever you want to call it, generally includes its own alternate timeline. Hence the term. So to use your exact example, if you were to go to the mirror universe and then time travel into the past in the mirror universe, you would end up in the past of the mirror universe. Probably on purpose, Potato. In reverse, but still. So, think of it like you've switched tracks, right? You're over on track B, you switch over to track A. If you rewind on the track, you're still on track A. You know, nothing's changed. And you can screw with their timeline all you want. Oh, ha, ha, paradox time, baby. And then you destroy time. But here's the really messed up part. If you were to create a time-destructing paradox in the alternate timeline, you would also destroy your timeline's timeline. I'm not joking. Because you're from the original timeline, so the originator of this paradox comes from timeline A. So, A and B are now frozen forever with time destroyed. C is fine, but C never had a U, and that's why they're fine. No, Evo. Quite the contrary. What you describe is one of the most common things I've ever heard of. You would go back... So I don't understand your question, Federation Builder. So let me try to describe this very clearly, because... Let's put it this way. Two timelines, right? A and B. Okay. So you are from B. And time moves forward to here. You hop over to A, go to the past, screw with stuff, come back to the present, and then go back to B. Nothing's changed in B. So whatever you did over here, now the timeline over here looks like this, but this timeline hasn't changed at all. All that happened is you left and then came back instantly. So there's no change. Does that make sense? There's no alteration. If I could do it random, would I? No. Ignoring the obvious hassles and frustrations associated therewith, I don't think there would be any real benefit for doing so. More, baby food here. What was that? I don't know what that is, but I don't have it, whatever it is. Yeah, YouTube streaming sucks. The setup for it would suck. The chat for it would suck. And most of my YouTube audience kind of sucks, so... yeah. I shouldn't say most. That's a huge inaccuracy. There are YouTube audience members who suck. There we go. More accurate way of phrasing that. That's hilarious, Lord Aramont. So, we decided not to play Dying Light 2. We didn't enjoy it. I'm glad you're having fun with it, though. It's just kind of worse than Dying Light 1 in every way. The sudden and last-minute changes behind the hood did not do that game any justice. Having said that, I highly recommend Dying Light 1 if you've not played it. Cool. I'm not sure how good it is solo. I've never played it solo. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure most people found me via YouTube, which is sort of pathetic in many ways. Not for you guys, but I don't remember, Loke, and that's the honest answer. Dying Light 2 has been out of my wheelhouse for since it came out at this point. So YouTube is like just the worst about discoverability right now. Like the absolute worst. There's another one of those. So I pretty much guarantee you that I don't get new viewers via YouTube. And yet almost all of the new viewers I've ever gotten are from YouTube. And you start to see the problem here, right? Because I'm not going to get anyone via Twitch. That's not how that works. Twitch's discoverability is actually even worse than YouTube's. Ooh, Metroid. Well, no, in Majora's Mask, we actually know what happens, Federation Builder. Because the Goddess of Time personally gets involved and says, hold up, and just smashes each of the timelines into a single timeline. So all the major events that happened in each timeline all happened. Bit of a cop-out, but it makes sense why they would go that way, because it's the only way to actually acknowledge the events that the player has interacted with. Otherwise, a huge number of the side quest interactions you do don't happen. Right? I mean, one of the side quests in that game, rather infamously, cannot be done unless, except for, like, what is it, with 5 minutes left on the clock or something like that? So, yeah. Ugh, Smud Boy. Please don't remind me. If that's what I'm thinking of. If it's not, I apologize to whoever that is. It is technically possible to do basically everything in a single day, Nero says. It's actually a rather well-known challenge run. However, I don't think the developers really intended that, and frankly, if they were planning for that, then they're stupid. No. They were smart. They realized that that's screw attack. They realized there's a very high chance that you're going to do it across multiple days, so crunch. Time crunched. I hope you were at least successful in your yard work, Pancakes. I agree with you, Federation Builder. That makes absolutely no sense. It's almost like there should only be 2 timelines, not 3. Having said that, the 2D games being completely separate, as in like a completely separate continuity, makes more sense to me than anything else. LTTP, Link's Awakening, the Oracle games, 1 and 2, barely have anything to do with each other, but they all connect to each other at least a little bit. None of them connect in any... Oh, and Link Between Worlds. None of them connect in any way, shape, or form to the 3D games. I mean, that still counts as YouTube as to me, but it's still true. The overwhelming majority of people, percentage-wise, have found me via YouTube, and YouTube buries the snot out of me. I am shocked anybody new ever finds my stuff on YouTube, to be quite blunt. Okay. Should be fun. Nice pancakes. I haven't gotten a chance to mow the yard yet, because I haven't had time, so... yeah, we're slowly jungling up in the back there. What the hell? Star Trek fans. Yeah, I get people all the time who are looking for an episode of Star Trek and can't find it. That's not a joke. I literally got one of those people today. That's how common that is. Of course I like going on walks. Although I have to have a good person to go on a walk with. I mean, going on a walk by myself is just... I don't know. A good walk should be shared. Oh, it's one of you. It's one of you. Yeah, the great irony of it is I'm not a YouTuber, and I haven't been a YouTuber in years. About 6 or so years, give or take, at this point. But, I never get stories about, oh man, I found you on Twitch. No. It's always either word of mouth or YouTube. It's like, well, it's okay. That means my audience is capped. I have plateaued, and my career is doomed. As was foretold. God dang it. I want a big audience. I mean, it'd be nice if I could pay the rent. Really? They're not just... I mean, I could try to play the algorithms game, but the harsh truth is that's a losing game. Even playing the game at all pretty much guarantees you've lost. I'm not even joking. There's no winning when you play with the algorithm. Because you have to always play with it. Forever. Among other problems. It also means taking time away from actually generating any new content. And focusing entirely on just making the freaking algorithm happy. That's ignoring the fact that the algorithm is bad now, and is worse than it was last year, which is worse than it was the year before that. That's not, like, opinion. In fact, we can point to demonstrable points in time at which YouTube's algorithm has actually, objectively gotten worse. So, playing to the algorithm is also just kind of gambling that it won't get even worse in the future. Because let's be honest, YouTube doesn't want me, or people like me. So the algorithm will always be slanted against people like me. Now, if Twitch actually did internal self-promotion the way it is supposed to, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But they don't, so here we are. Like, I don't know if you know this, did you know you could follow a game on Twitch? That way, if anybody streams that game, it could be like, hey, such and such is streaming this game you're interested in. And you can be like, oh, cool, I could go watch that person. Do you know that feature does not work, like, at all? Yeah, how many of you even knew that that was a feature? Yeah, there's no real discoverability on Twitch. You can get lucky. Oh yeah, that was that stuff. And that's about your luck right there. Is get lucky. Hope for the best. It's funny you say that, Trinifar. Did you know that every time I stream a game, it tells me how many followers that game has right now? Every single time. Okay, now it's elevator time. Which is worst overall? YouTube. Easy answer. YouTube's a dumpster fire. If you asked me before February of last year, then I would say that Twitch is worse. But YouTube has taken a huge nosedive ever since the major changes they put in place. And you're probably like, what changes? Well, I don't have a list in front of me, so I'm not going to tell you the whole list, because I literally don't have it right now. But the biggest change, the one that matters the most, is it's when they started adding this new feature. It's a great new feature. It's going to be great. It's called Shorts. And I'm not joking when I say that objectively, because I've done my research on this, objectively, YouTube has gotten worse since they did the Shorts thing. Go figure. Ooh, there. Yeah, most channels I know actively go out of their way to have shorts that are literally just clips from their actual content, because you have to have shorts in order for YouTube to consider you relevant right now. So pretty much every channel I follow constantly pushes out shorts because they have to. That's an interesting structure. I've thought about doing it myself, literally just to increase my discoverability. Oh yeah, no, random is correct. Most people who see your short will be like, oh, cool. No, the real benefit of having shorts at all is to try and make it so that it'll at least show your channel, which it doesn't usually do elsewise. Yeah, shorts, I actually forget the exact cap, but it's like a minute, I want to say, on size. Well, that's not what I wanted, but I'll make it. I'm really low in health here, and I haven't saved in a while. Of course you give me missiles and not health. Actually, yeah, most channels I mentioned, they pretty much clip their own stuff and then push it out as a short. Like, hey, look, I'm doing a short. Please self-promote. But yeah, I don't monetize. I don't put up ads. My content is too long. I don't take sponsored deals. I don't do push chat or super chat or whatever the hell they're calling it these days. I don't do anything right on YouTube. I did everything right once, and it depressed me so much I almost quit streaming. I actually haven't had the motivation to do a lot of things since then. It's rather discouraging. Yeah, the purring cat. I did everything right on the purring cat. I did everything right once. It worked. It proved me pretty much 100% right. Not what I wanted. Oh, thank God. An energy up. I think that's an energy up. Of course they won't want longer watch times. Have you ever noticed that shorts auto-replay? I'm sure you've noticed that. And yes, I know the essay has been trending lately. Especially the excessive essay. And I do call it the excessive essay because it is. Could you not for 5 seconds, please? Please? How many of you have been to college? Oh my God, okay. Oh my God. You ever get that one professor who said, all right, I want you to give me this essay. It has to be at least such and such number of words. I don't care about the quality of the essay. It has to be this long. They might not have said the quality thing out loud. That was also high school for me. Yeah, padded essays. That's what those 8-hour YouTube videos are, to be blunt. I'm quite fond of being thorough in my analyses, but there is such a thing as excessive. Damn, I'm just getting my ass handed to me constantly. Alright. I'd do the opposite if I was a professor. I would obviously grade the quality of your essay, but you would have a word cap. Get a good nap, people. Feel better. So if you go over the word count, your essay doesn't count. Learn to be more precise. Learn to be more careful with your word choice. Mean 5 things while saying 1 thing. Not the opposite. And they'd hate me. Every one of my students would hate me, I guarantee. Oh. Well, shoot. I'm pretty trapped down here. Damn it, what? That's a good point, Yura. They're also for wasting time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so dismissive. Do I have to fight one of these things with 42 health? Great. This is wonderful. Now, I would be a terrible professor. Because all I would be interested in is trying to ensure that people who are not already there have a chance at being there. Yeah, another thing I've noticed a lot of YouTubers do, and basically every YouTuber does this, is they will then they'll take their previous content and say, hey, here's, what do they call it? There was one recently that just came out in my feed, and I was like, really, dude? Hang on. They always call it the same thing, and of course I can't even think about it, because I don't watch them, because it's stupid. It is... no, not the remake thing. That's a little bit different. It's like a compilation or something. Like all of our such and such videos in one video. Hey, it's the exact same content you've already seen, but we're re-uploading it. See, YouTube? Please, please. I need that. I need that engagement, YouTube, please. No, YouTube. Put down the gun, YouTube. Put down the gun. No, YouTube, no! Sorry. Anyways. Of course, I can't even find it now. I might have actually unsubscribed them over it. I'm not a big fan, if it's not obvious. Supercuts can go directly to hell, but that's not what I'm talking about. Unless it is, in which case, never mind. I really can't find it now. Whatever, it's just a compilation thing. It's just, hey, here's all our videos about such and such in one place. Ooh. Isn't that cool? No, I've never heard of the playlist feature. What are you talking about? I don't even remember, Mike Romano. That's how much it bounced off of my brain. How relevant. I have 42 health and 0 missiles. This is insane. Sure, we'll save with 42 health and 0 missiles. This sounds like a good idea. There's also a Metroid nearby. Okay. Cool. That's what I wanted out of my life. Yep, and there he is. Ugh, hi. 42 health. We got this. No missiles. No missiles. Take 2. 42 health. No missiles. Let's do it! Where am I? god, it started me on the wrong weapon. Why did you do that, game? I could have meleeed there, but I didn't want to risk it. And yeah, there are actually refill spots. There's not enough of them for how hard the enemies hit consistently. I do think this is a wee bit overtuned. I've been playing Metroid games for the last week and a half now, and I still stand by that. Nope. Didn't have momentum on the jump for some reason. I couldn't jump over it. There. Good night, Evo. Feel better. Take it. I can't escape that. Oh, God. Okay. Barely escaped. Didn't quite escape that one. That's what the lightning shield was for. Let's get some health here. 42 health. No missiles. Okay. Yeah, so far I don't think more than like 2 Metroids have been repeat encounters. Even that I'm not sure about. Like, they've been varying things up quite a bit. Might as well save that. Lock it in. Listen, they don't have DNA. You're seeing things. Is this a good first Metroid game? I wouldn't, but it's not terrible. I would prefer Zero Mission, I think, is probably your best overall first pick. I'm not sure there's anything that's going to surpass that, quite honestly. Zero Mission is really solid. Having said that, I don't have like an absolutely definitive, no really, this is the first one you should play to set up, like I do for some of them. Whatever you do, don't listen to Ross. Prime 1 is a good intro if you're into the Primed, which is fine. I don't know, Loke. Is it over 500 characters? Because as we've talked about, Twitch is terrible. Oh, so far the Metroid fights are amazing. These are easily the best Metroid fights of the 3. No question. I suppose that's not hard to accomplish, but I stand by it. Get some health back here. Feed my hunger! Excuse me. Moderation rules. So you probably don't know this, look, but I don't have any moderation rules set up on purpose to allow people to, you know, post whatever. So you've got to be running into one of Twitch's moderation rules, aka the ones I can't change. Well, clearly you need to stop, you know, having a potty mouth. Oh, an E-tank. Precious, precious E-tank. No, I've just been bad about updating the dock. That's my fault. I suck. You can post anything at all, Huthor. Alright, everyone, get ready to ban Huthor the moment he posts anything. Okay. Ban! Alright, this is something. I think that's net positive. Yes, that's Huthor's real phone number. 1-800-808-555. 5555. Interesting, look. I don't know how strict on deadlines I would be. I don't know. Yeah, Huthor doesn't like good games. Nah, you spelled the word wrong. I can even see what caused the block, Loke, now that I see that. You still spelled it wrong. That's the funny part. Yeah, what would I teach? Because I don't know anything. Like, I know nothing, so I would have to just get up there and be like, today we'll be teaching... hang on, let me Google something. Something other than history. Wait, no, I got it. History. Here we go. I'm going to... Give me a second. I'll pull up the Wikipedia article on history. History, which is derived from the ancient Greek which means inquiry, knowledge acquired by investigation, is the systemic study and documentation of the human past. Actually, that's another thing, by the way. Real talk. A disturbingly common trend I've noticed is that there are some YouTubers, I'm not going to name names, who will just put some flashy graphics on a Wikipedia article, and that's their video. What did we even argue about? Oh, death of the author. What did we argue about death of the author? What's there to argue about that? I'm actually confused. Why would we be arguing about that? What did we argue about? Death of the argue is a... Death of the argue. Death of the argue! We're now deathing the argue. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I haven't saved late. No! Go away, go away. Okay. It's true, Huthor! I should die! I should die! Ah, kill me. Kill me, Kratos. Kill me. I'm kind of confused by that one because, like, what is there to disagree about? Death of the author is a concept. It's like saying... It's like I'm walking up to Huthor and I'm like, hey, Huthor! can't even think of something. Cliches! And Uthor says, what? Cliches don't exist! And I'm like, oh, but they do! And thus war. I've seen those random. I shouldn't diss Wikipedia, by the way. It's just, you know... I do use Wikipedia as one of my sources of information. If it's my only source of information, I tend to not cite it. Or I tend to say, I can't really verify this, or I wasn't able to verify this. Yeah, I don't remember that either, Huthor. That's why I'm like, God, what did I miss? Wow. Death of the Reader. Well, that's just the ring, isn't it? Writing's hard and it takes time and effort, but don't just chat GPT your videos. I've seen people do that too, of course. That's another thing. Most people don't understand the value of editing, but I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. Yeah, something that I tend to do fairly frequently is if someone links something or there's a news article and I can't cite the source they link as their source, then I tend to consider that an invalid source and I just move on from it. That actually happened recently with a Kotaku article, where they were like, oh my god! Okay, that took so long. Okay. Maybe we should give up on this forever. But there was something with Kotaku where it was like, hey, here's this thing. And they didn't actually have a source they cited. They just said, this is totally true. And I was like, okay. Was not something I considered valid. Alright, so yeah, this feels like something I shouldn't bother with right now. So we killed the Metroid. It's the important part. Everything's good. Metroid's dead, yo. That's what we're here for. We're here to kill the baby. Oh god. Actually, so I didn't do a chat GPT thing, although I have done a couple of experiments with it and it's come up with some nonsense. But no, I did something similar. How many of you know about the auto-suggest feature? On, like, text... Oh, my God. On, like, phones and stuff? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I'm dead. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. Where it's like, hey, is this the next word you want to type? Whoa, that was weird. Not the autocorrect. Where it's like, hey, is this what you meant to type? They do this in emails as well. That is also AI-driven, even though they weren't using that buzzword yet. And we're dead. Just for fun, I just hit the auto-generate thing over and over and over and over and over. Who wants to hear the paragraph that came out? Ahem. I don't know if you can get a hold of him or not, but I think he would be interested in hearing from you about the fee, and if you can give him Christ, and I will be happy to help you out with that fee. And I'll also be happy to help you with the fee. And the fee for your service, and the fee to be paid for your service. And I love how it, like, descends. It, like, spirals down. Further, like, at the beginning, it's almost a sentence. I don't know if you can get a hold of him or not, but I think you'd be interested in hearing from you about the fee. Okay. And if you can give him Christ. Okay, and I will be happy to help you out with that fee. What? And I'll be happy to help you out with the fee. You just said that. And the fee for your service, and the fee to be paid for the service. Oh my god. No. Don't do that. Continue, please. Okay, anyways. I'll get you your fee, I swear! I'll get you the fee for your service! Even. Please don't kill me, Ocean Gaming. Oh, God. Uh-oh. Yeah, you don't need riders anymore. We can just do that. You know what? Hang on. I hate to do this. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Let's do it really quick. You ready? You ready? Here it comes. Here it comes. This is just... okay. Hang on. Why is this not working? Did they change how it worked? Can I not even access it anymore? Is that where we're at now? We'll do it this way. Okay, you ready? So I asked the AI to rewrite Final Fantasy II. Final Fantasy II is a classic RPG from the iconic franchise that follows the journey of our four heroes, Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon, as they fight against the oppressive rule of the Palametian Empire and ultimately seek to save the world from destruction. In this tale, heroes find themselves embroiled in a conflict larger than themselves, also known as the most generic statement in the known universe. The game introduces a unique leveling system where characters improve their skills based on their actions in battle rather than traditional experience points. A statement, while technically true, is still misleading. As they traverse through diverse landscapes, nope. And face daunting foes, nope. They forge alliances, nope. Uncover ancient secrets, nope. And confront their own personal demons, yes. The narrative is rich with political intrigue, no it isn't, betrayal, nope, and redemption, still no. With each character grappling with their own motivations and past traumas, also a lie. The heroes must navigate through a world on the brink of collapse, facing off against the tyrannical emperor and his legion of monsters. With its engaging story, memorable characters, and innovative gameplay mechanics, Final Fantasy II continues to captivate players around the world. No, it freaking doesn't. Cementing its status as a beloved classic in the RPG genre. So when I said rewrite, not what I meant. Let's try this. Reimagine. Let's try this. Okay, here we go. It likes reimagining. Okay. The story takes place in a vibrant, fantastical world where the forces of light and darkness are in constant... It's just FF3. The central characters, Firion, Maria, Guy, and Leon, are not just heroes, but individuals with complex backgrounds and interweaving destinies. The Palametian Empire, led by the enigmatic Emperor, seeks to expand his dominion over the hearts of his people, wielding powerful magic and advanced technology. However, amidst the chaos of war, whispers of a prophecy begin to spread, a prophecy foretelling the rise of a chosen quartet who will defy fate and bring balance to the world. This is just FF3! This is just straight up FF3! As they embark on their journey, the heroes encounter a diverse cast of allies and adversaries, each with their own agendas and motivations. From the mystical city of Mysidia, I like how the AI didn't even catch on to that, to the towering citadel of Palamecia, they traverse breathtaking landscapes filled with wonder and danger. The bonds of friendship, the power of hope, the resilience of the human spirit are put to the ultimate test as they face insurmountable odds and confront their inner demons. What's with the inner demons? Is that a thing today? The heroes must unite to uncover the truth behind the prophecy and forge their own destiny in a world on the brink of chaos. Guys, I'm out of a job. Just throw in the towel. The AI has got this, everyone. The AI has got this. Sorry, everyone. I know you were looking forward to RFF3, but I'm afraid the demons have won. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, the pain. Oh, the pain. Why does everything hurt? Oh, come on. Sweet Christ. Sorry. Christ's fee. Which, I don't even know what that is. What kind of fee does Christ want? Oh, hang on. Okay, hang on. Last one, I swear. Last one. I mean, honestly, Potato. Okay, so, okay, so I asked it to put FF2 as an Iron Maiden song. In the land of Palamisha, where darkness reigns, and talent unfolds, wrought with pain. And I'm not going to sing the rest of it, but it just keeps going like that for like 4 stanzas. By the way, I actually had to correct that mentally live on the fly because its tempo is wrong. I forget what that's called, but its syllables don't line up. So, you know. Look, I don't know words, I just know what I know, which is nothing, as we've already discussed. This might be a terrible thing. You know, the thing where the lines actually line up so that the syllables match the beats of the song. That thing be wrong, yo. Now, the really sad part is that they have already, a lot of companies have already been like, yeah, let's just use AI. Does anybody really care? And that's the sad part. Does anybody really care at this point? I mean, honestly? I mean, people went to see Wish, for Christ's sakes. That was the fee. You have to go see Wish. And Wish is trash. Oh, God. Now I'm going to get someone in chat saying, I liked Wish, and I'm going to feel really bad for saying that. But I stand by it. That movie is junk. All right. So. What was I doing? This way. Yes. Wish was not written by an AI. Just like Starfield wasn't written by an AI. See, that would be too easy. That's that wonderful, great thing about it. That's why it's so terrible. If it was written by an AI, that would be like, oh, that explains it. No. No, that was written by people. They're just trash. Don't you understand? We're all just trash! Local man seen wearing garbage bag over his head for some reason. Yeah, no, Wish was... Written by committee is a much more accurate demonstration of what Wish was. Wish was just bad. I'm pretty sure... In fact, actually, one of the things I did for fun with the chat AI a while ago was I sat down and I said, write a movie for the 100th anniversary. I forget what it came up with because, you know, it's AI trash, but it was better than Wish. I mean that. That's pathetic. I would say Wish is probably Lamentation status. It's especially got that extra little oomph. Twice! First, no, exactly, Blade Jamal. Because first, it is extremely generic. To the point of ridiculousness. Oh, hang on. Second of all, the film's supposed to be a celebration of 100 years of Disney. Like, that's just so pathetic, isn't it? It's like, I don't know, random example. If I was to be like, I'm going to put out a film that's a love letter, or an episode of Star Trek that's a love letter to the fans, and it's one of the most universally reviled episodes of Star Trek. Now, of course, such an insane and nonsense scenario would never happen, but if it was hypothetically to happen, you can understand how that adds that extra little oomph of screw you to the entire proceedings. Whoop, hello. Is Wish better or worse than Other M? I mean, better. Other M is hot garbage. Anything good on Paramount Plus? There's Star Trek Prodigy, maybe. There's Star Trek Lower Decks, maybe. And there's also Strange New Worlds. That's the other one. I think that's the three. What's worse, Other M or Third Birthday? So I haven't reviewed Third Birthday, but I have actually played Third Birthday. And I'm not sure. Other M was pretty bad. So... Third Birthday is not on the list because I don't own it anymore. I'm not even sure how much it would be to pick up a new copy of it nowadays. It is a PSP game. I threw it away. If I have to explain why, then you haven't played Third Birthday. Like, what's funny is, obviously, there's the horrible, horrible character assassination, and there's the horrible, horrible plot, and there's a horrible, horrible combat, and then there's the horrible, horrible grind, and then there's the horrible, horrible controls, and basically everything about that game is just horrible, horrible. But what amuses me the most is the thing that pissed me off the most, is the thing nobody else seems to be really bothered with. The fact that the plot was complete nonsense. It was one of the most nonsensical plots I've ever seen, and I've played Kingdom Hearts. Also about to die. $175. There you go. Not adding to the list. Well, okay, I have now encountered one other person who is bothered by that terrible, nonsensical plot. God damn, it's the same thing that happened last time. I should write that down. Alright, so Third Birthday. So there's Parasite Eve, right? I've actually covered Parasite Eve in modern sense, as in I have reviewed it after the Oblivion line, so that's a current review. It didn't review for particularly well because it's not a very good game. However, it was unique enough and interesting enough to get its own little bit of following and, you know, get some kind of support in order to get a sequel. That was Parasite Eve 2, which is its own vehicle, which we will probably never actually cover. Then the franchise just kind of died for a while, like you do. And then they decided, I know, let's do the worst thing we could ever possibly do. Then they made Third Birthday. I effectively cannot describe to you how awful this game is without just spoiling the crap out of it, because one of the central premise points is a gargantuan spoiler. It is the spoiler twist of the entire game. It's really stupid. Like, Bionic Commando levels of stupid, if you happen to be familiar with that. If you're not familiar with that, I'm just going to spoil the big twist of Bionic Commando right now, because nobody cares. Now, I'm still going to give a bit of a preface here on the off chance that you do want to not be spoiled on Bionic Commando. Okay, you ready for this? You ready for this? Big spoiler incoming. Your bionic arm is actually your wife. Now, there's an explanation behind that, but trust me, whatever I do to try and explain that is just gonna make it stupider. I'm not joking. You can look it up. No, not your hand. Your whole arm. You need the whole arm because your dick is... No, it's just... Oh my god, it's so bad. It's so bad. I would rather die, Mr. Red. I know you have a fondness of doing nothing but adding terrible games to the list. There's a limit, you know? Having to play Third Birthday a second time, I don't think I could stomach that. That's not even a twist, that's just a cursed item, Arspruce. Yeah, you know what? We've played Starfield this year, we played Other M this year, and we played Breath of Fire 2 this year. Can I have a break, please? I mean, yeah, we've been playing some awesome games, too, because we got Metroids and we got Zeldas. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, I got Zelda 1 and 2 to look forward to. But, like... Can we not? Please? I know you like torturing me. Not sure why. I mean, fair enough, Snake Eyes. Zelda 1 and Zelda 2 probably won't score well, but at least they're not trash. Which, I suppose sounds like damning with faint praise, but whatever. That's true. I'm pretty sure Zelda 1 will score the worst of the Zelda block, and I'm pretty sure it will score better than Metroid 1 did. I am highly certain of that fact. I don't know, Mike. Come on. $5. Cash. That's odd. A game port down here. I really doubt that, Ocean Gaming. I hope not. Oh, God. It could be. It could be. Okay, so I kept saying we're going to go back to the teleporter. Or, sorry, not the teleporter. The elevator. Wind Waker is pretty tedious. I think Wind Waker will score worse than most people think it will. It's usually held up as one of the big 3 favorites. But I don't think it's actually going to do all that well. I'm not sure how Skyward will score. Because I've never played Skyward without hating it. Or more accurately, hating the controls. But same difference, really. It is probably the one I'm the most curious about of the entire series. But who knows? Actually, I rather like the graphics of Wind Waker. I will always admit to the fact that I was one of those idiots who decried the graphics of Wind Waker back when it came out for being too cartoony. Because, see, when I was a kid, I was a moron. No, I don't know how that's different from now either. Sure, Huthor. Yes, I know. Vanilla sucks. Oh wait, you mean okay. Sorry. Could proceed. So here's a question for you. Most people, myself included, think Twilight Princess is going to win the Zelda bundle. Who do you think's going to get the number 2 slot? LTTP is going to have some serious density on its side. That's true. But then again, so will Link Between Worlds for basically the same reason. She was banned from Silvermoon because of an incident during, I believe, the Void Elf... No. Yeah, no, that was during the Void Elf unlock quest, I want to say. Oh, well, that's not even the direction I was... I was at Nightborn. That was at Nightborn. I knew it was one of the unlocks. That was more of a practicality thing than anything, though. Yeah, the Sunwell, because she's a void now, and the Sunwell is of the sun. And by the sun, I mean the light. So, duh, really. Honestly, if she had known, I doubt she would have even gone there to begin with. Yeah, exactly. We don't let fire elementals tour the fields where we grow our food. It's not really anything against you. It's just kind of, you know, you're a fire elemental. Now, if you want to tour the forges, I got your back. Free tickets. Get some charcoal. Take home with you. Sorry. I was going to jot down something in my thoughts. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was. Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just pretend you didn't say anything, Huthor, because I don't think those people qualify as people. We're just gonna revoke their people status. Is that cool with everyone? Cool. Nobody's got time to read quests. A little low on health, so that should be fun. And it's a gamma. Cool. Oh, was not the attack I thought he was doing. I'm trying to avoid info on it, Huthor. Although, you want to hear something that you will absolutely disagree with, Huthor? 100%. God, contact damage is way too high in this game. Maybe disagree with is the wrong word, but whatever. You'll roll your eyes at me for. I actually said this earlier. This is the first time in 8 years I've been legitimately excited for a new expansion. Does this lead? Okay. Hi, Sean. There's got to be a teleport pad somewhere that's near some health. I swear there was one. Over here, maybe? No. That one's kind of near a health spot. Sure, we'll go there. Like, you'd think if they were designing this a little bit better, and I've already jotted down negatives for this, there would at least be, like, a teleport spot that's right next to a health up and a missile up, right? And that's your recovery spot. Instead of, you know, this nonsense. Listen, Legion's trash. We all know this, Uthor. I don't know if I'd say better so much as different, Sean. I'd say, in all sincerity, this game zigs in a lot of places where AIM 2 are zagged, and vice versa. There's definitely a little bit more polish in this game in several specific respects. But then there's also a lot more aggravation in others. For the first time in a very long time, I kind of wish there was an easy mode for this game. Enemies just hit way too freaking hard. And there just are not enough drops to really justify the damage that you're constantly taking from all directions. And that's just really frustrating. Yeah, I'm sure at least someone on YouTube's going to say, you just need to parry more. That is certainly a possibility. Anyway, moving on immediately in the conversation from that. No, this definitely isn't first game status. That would be the Mirrors of Fate game they made. That's the interesting thing. I have this weird private theory that Mercury Steam kind of cut their teeth on Mirrors of Fate and Lords of Shadow 2. So when this came along, they could actually do something with it. I know that's unkind, but I really didn't like Lords of Shadow 2 at all. And that's ignoring the fact that it literally killed off the franchise. Agreed, Potato. And I hope this gets on the Switch someday, too. I was excited for Lords of Shadow 2 as well, I should note. I liked Lords of Shadow 1. It had its issues, I don't want to overpraise, but holy crap. I think the biggest complaint I could level at it was it wasn't really a Castlevania game, but and? As weird as that sounds. You know me. I'm always down for genre hopping, as long as it's good. Well, a friend of mine let me borrow his copy of Mirrors of Fate. I played it for about 10 minutes, and then I noped right out of that. I should mention I had played Lords of Shadow 2 first. So I was already not in the mindset to put up with anything. Is it good, Ross? And who do you play as, respectively? Those are the important questions there. I mean, they... So LTTP is the backstory. That's the way to put it. It would be slightly more accurate to say that LTTP is connected to Zelda 1 and 2, by virtue of being a prequel. It's there to explain how all this came to be. Why Ganon is Ganon, why the Triforce operates the way it does. You get it. Yes. Zelda 1 has such an absence of story that... it's hard to say it connects to anything, really. Am I waiting for Bloodlines 2? So that's a fascinating question. Because, by technical definition, yes, because you all have actually already funded a run of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. That's been funded for years! As in, it was funded before the first iteration of the game was cancelled. That's how long that's been just sitting there on the books. Waiting. So technically, yes. Yes, I am waiting. I knew what you were actually asking. I found the way you phrased that hilarious. Because I really am waiting. But am I excited? No. God, no. It's not going to be good. Come on, there's no way. There's no way that they're actually going to turn it into something good. And I hope I'm wrong. I really do. You people hope for bad games. Oh my god, is this an energy station by a save point? Oh my god. The forbidden fruit. I should also mention that my review of VTMB1 was not super kind. I stand by what I said back then. I think that the majority of what was really good about VTMB1 was in the first area, right? The first zone, the first chapter, whatever you want to call that. That was cool. That was legit. That was fun. Yes. It's the most memorable characters, the most memorable sequences, and generally had the best overall quest design and progression. So, yay, cool. Pluses. Then there's the rest of the game, which I have to remind you, because some people tend to forget this, includes the sewers. Now, I'm not saying the sewers is the worst level I've ever experienced in gaming, because I have experienced many, many levels in gaming. But it was pretty bad. Yeah, and honestly, a proper remake of VTMB1 would be awesome, I think. It'll never happen. World of Darkness is just kind of doing its own thing right now. Not in a good way. Sewers. Just... Oh, that was awful. Alright. Switched ice. Oh, it's just an alpha. Oh, that's a fire alpha, looks like. Yep, that's a fire alpha. So much damage. I don't know if I'd say worse than Ninja Gaiden 6-2, because Ninja Gaiden 6-2... Hang on, let me double check that. Let me make sure that's what I'm thinking of. Ninja Gaiden 6-2. What do we got? Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I'm okay. I just... Oh, God! Ninja Gaiden 6-2. That is exactly what I was thinking it was. I can't wait to review Ninja Gaiden and then give it all the negatives. And just bash that game. And then everyone say, you just don't like good games. And then they die. It's weird how people just die the moment they do that. It's so strange. That's lava. Did you see the reflexes on that? I'll just hop down here. Oh, crap. Okay, so. I also noticed there's a Metroid fight near here, so that's... Oh, God, is this a Gamma in this nonsense? Hello? Here, it's like right here. Oh, okay. I mean, I suppose that's fair, Ocean Gaming. We might someday get a fan thing. As long as it does not draw the attention of the dreaded DMCA. Hey, boy! What's up? Smell what Samus is cooking. Oh God, this is a fire gamma. That's new. Oh. It's gonna be a second owl from me. I realized too late which attack he was doing. Alright, where are you gonna put me, game? I just noticed I'm already low on health walking into this fight. Okay. Oh, he's just out. Nice. Take it without complaint. So switch to ice. Ow. These are... What? That sounds like a lot! Exclamation mark. I haven't tried that yet, comma. I usually don't use sauce, period. I really like this song. That's what I was going to write down. Contact damage. I know it's normally a thing, but it's overtuned to hell and back. Like, contact damage should not hit more than being blasted in... Like, if I bump into a Metroid, it should not do more damage than being blasted in the face with a fire nuke. You know what I mean? That's silly. Just, come on, kid. You're better than this. Or maybe you aren't. It's entirely possible you are not actually better than this. Yeah, the game's very combat heavy. I don't think that's to its benefit. How does it work, Uthor? I know a lot of my people have been buzzing about whatever patch just went live, or whatever DLC just went live in Total Warhammer 3. God damn it. Yep, I'll just be at 11 health then, because I'm stupid. It's actually my fault, too. I'm gonna go with no in this exact moment in time, Uthor. And that's why. Still don't remember, though. Okay, remember to switch to ice this time, Lore. Jesus. Okay, yeah. The cauldron. Yes. I remember the cauldron. Welcome back, Ocean Gaming, to Lore Dies Over and Over. I am your host, Dies. So, I don't know if you know this, Brigman. Actually, you probably do know this, Brigman. For everybody who does not know this in chat, there is a actual real disaster quotient, which is basically the Waffle House quotient, which is an indicative of exactly how dangerous something is based on how many Waffle Houses are closing as a result of it. That's not a joke, that's a real thing. So, yeah, Waffle House is shutting down for a tornado. Maybe get in the basement. Ironically, I don't think the boss has too much health. I think it has a perfectly good amount of health. 2 solid combos brought it down. The problem is it just hits too hard. It can effectively 4-shot me. Huh. An innocuous digger. I'm sure that doesn't mean anything. The Big Mac. I'm not 100% familiar with the Big Mac economy. Not here. Oh, what a nice looking guy. Hello, nice looking guy. I'm sure I won't spend entirely too much time fighting you later. Interesting, Uthor. That does sound cooler, I'll be honest. Was there any rebalancing to try and make some of the worse plagues a little bit better? Or the better plagues worse, for that matter? Excuse me. Not. Oh, I know where this is. This should be an unlock. Excuse me. Do I need dash to go through here? Okay, cool. You know what's funny is Nurgle is like the guy I would absolutely never play as in that game. Which is that's such a damn shame, because purely mechanically, he was one of the more interesting factions to play. Even when I was covering it. What a Spanish McDonald's is like. I know a lot about Japanese McDonald's because I know a lot about Japanese food in general. Weapon anyways. Alright, whatever. Got on the map. That's the important part. What does French McDonald's have then? If you say snails, I'm out. So, the original gameplay conceit, Czar, was that it was a way to trigger a loading screen. Since they were having trouble loading as much terrain at the same time as they could back in Metroid 1. So they had to have distinct cells, and each cell would then be loaded and unloaded based on the interaction of the doors. Now, that hasn't been true code-wise since the Primes. At least as early as Prime 1, they use a completely different method to ensure that one area is loaded and another isn't. However, it's kind of a staple of the series at this point, and it's a quick and easy way to have them function as doors for keys. So, you know, to progress, you need a missile, or a super shot, or an energy shot, or whatever. Something to open this particular type of door. Liquefying lungs. Right. I do like croissants. Do they have croissant witches? Because I'd be down for that. I love the worms just moving in and out of the terrain in the background. All this for a missile. Whatever. I've been low enough on missiles this whole time, I guess I shouldn't complain about being given more missiles. I'd really much rather have E-tanks at this point in my life. But yeah, I still only have 93 missiles. Max at this point. I haven't even broken triple digit. Yeah, I have a hard time reading that as Witcher 3, I'll be honest. I'm sorry. As Warhammer 3, Total Warhammer 3. Kid Icarus Uprising is a game I've never played. It probably exists. A friend of mine played a bit of my copy and told me, don't play it, it'll hurt your hands playing it. That's about all I know about it. I don't know if it's a sequel, reimagining, remake, reboot, reboot, reblug. I mean, I call it Total Warhammer 3 pretty consistently, but I get the aggravation there. Cool. Yeah, I should probably just give up on this one. Ooh, nice brew. Yeah, acronyms be weird, yo. Let's talk about all the games that start with AC sometime. Listen, deathmatching is cool and all, but like, does it involve Frost? Or Egypt? Let's see, Armored Core, Assassin's Creed, Ace Combat, Asheron's Call. I know there's another one. Astral Chain. Not that I was thinking of, but that is another one. Animal Crossing. I've heard good things about the new Armored Core. I've never played the franchise, so I can't speak to that. If I was to make an AC game that's not an MMO... So, I'm going to say a city builder, but not like any old city builder. I would need something that's very specifically kind of survival-focused city builder, right? Something close to Manor Lords, with a definitive fail condition, and you can lose people permanently, kind of a deal, right? Or banished, for the older example of that. That does sound really awesome, Mr. Red. But hang on, I've got a great idea. How about literally anything else? Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people are jumping on the, hey, here's this great game. And I'm like, was it out yet? No, it's in early access. Okay. Then there's those wonderful games that come out, or rather, never come out, right? They just stay in early access, and then they say they release, but it's still an unfinished buggy game. That's weirdly common. Perhaps too common. I admit, I actually have a list of games that I'm interested in that I just keep a hold of. Some for co-op, some for just playing for myself, some for the show. And I have to have a whole separate category on that list for games that aren't out yet. I don't know what we're going to do without those fans. Eventually we'll have to have a solution for those fans. I mean, in some cases, early access is just crowdfunding. And that's fine. That's what it is. It's crowdfunding. We don't have the money to make our game. Please fund our game. Cool. I especially take... I especially am fond of studios that actually bother to have a strong feedback loop. You know, actually being willing to take feedback and then... I'm saying that wrong. Some devs will be like, yeah, there's the Steam forum and that's it. Some devs will have a whole system in place to be able to take feedback. That's more what I'm in favor of. People who are organized about it. I know that's shocking that I'm in favor of people being organized, but here I am. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those puzzles. Anyways, what does Active say? Would I pick Miranda Lawson to pick a raid on Coruscant? God, no. She'd just get killed instantly. Although, that means we could kill Miranda. Good thinking, Zach Taft. Yes, sadly enough, Discord is probably the ideal source for that, at least until Discord inevitably becomes much worse, which it will, because they always do. Every major communications tool that has ever existed on the internet has had a period of being awesome and sucking. I remember AIM. I used AIM for years. Oh yeah, Discord's been getting there. It is definitely on the path. And that's going to suck because it's actually a really good organizational tool. Probably one of the best I've ever used. When I started using Discord to organize like the theaters and the rewrites, God, that just made my life so much easier. And yep, eventually something else will come out. It will replace Discord. I'll transition over there. And they'll try to monetize it. And then they'll fail, like they always do. They'll go bankrupt. It'll suck. But by then another thing will have come out. Rinse, repeat. God. Well, true, Zach Taft. I mean, that's actually not true, but... What's the prime issue with Prime Hunters? Well, you see, Prime Hunters is a game that exists, and that I do not own. And end sentence. Okay, any questions? I looked up the story for it once, and I was just supremely disinterested in it. But that really is it. I don't own it. So I've never played it. I have heard a lot of praise for the multiplayer mode, for reasons I probably don't need to elaborate on. That never really held any interest for me. Let's just go straight down. I have to keep reminding myself I even have the various suit, because everything just hits so damn hard in this game. Have you noticed we're already up to our third tier of enemy types, by the way? By enemy types, I mean enemy colors. So, yeah, more health, more damage. See, I'd like to believe you, Spartan, but you play WoW Classic, man. I don't know. I've heard that's a different kind of person right there. Okay, let's see what this leads us to, shall we? 'Cause I have a feeling I know. Could be wrong. I'm often wrong. Might be the end of Area 3. I will say one thing I don't like about Samus Returns. It's longer than other Metroid games. I think, more than anything else, that might hurt its score. I think AM2R might win this race by sheer virtue of being shorter. Because if the two games are of comparable quality... Oh. I mean, I'd rather tear out my eyes and eat them than play through vanilla, but yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. At least there's no vanilla anymore, right? Just classic. Come in. I forget what our time was on Dread, but that was a 100% run, too. Which this is assuredly not going to be. That's a weird choice, Ocean Gaming, but sure, I'm with it. Why not? Of course. Take it, 12 hours for Dread. See, this will probably be longer than that. Hey, Dark Day. It's going okay. It is kind of weird going straight from two really, really solid games to this. Which I suppose gets across a little bit of my opinion, but I do think this game is a little bit too padded. Like, already. We're only in, Sector 3, or Area 3 of 9. True, PM Triox. I think that's a little bit mitigated by the fact that the game is so different this time around. I just think I spend a whole lot of time roaming around trying to get to the next spot. There's just literally more space there. Which answers Blade Chaval's question. Like, if you look at the map, this is Area 3. This is gargantuan. This might be twice the size of the Area 3s of the previous two games. Like, this is huge. And, well, if I'm being honest, the fact that I have to be so cautious slows the game down even more. Because lack of health refills and lack of ammo refills, and so... And I really don't want to be sent back to the last save. Which was, you know, God knows how long ago at any given point in time. I wouldn't say this adds any filler story-wise, just gameplay-wise. Yeah, story editions, hell yes. Why are you reading Twitter in general, Luthor? Real question. Like, I quit Twitter, I don't even know how long ago, over a year ago now. And I have not regretted that for a second. And we're dead. Oh god, we have to restart the entire encounter. Oh, okay. I only ever used my Twitter for announcements and stuff. And I don't read it, because, you know, I like my brain. And yeah, that sounds insulting. And I don't care! Twitter's trash. I suppose using Twitter for news is acceptable, but I can't help but notice that's not what you're doing, Uthor. By your own admission. And we're dead. See, you know what really pisses me off, Mike Kamano? Twitter, oh, I don't know, like 50 Ocean Gaming. Twitter is a valuable, sorry, I should use past tense, was a valuable, useful governmental tool that had demonstrable and effective, objective benefit in terms of mental health, in terms of physical health, in saving people's lives, in responding to emergencies or crises, or dealing with terrorist attacks, or conflicts between polities. It has been, in many, many cases, legitimately useful and beneficial to a large number of people for a large number of reasons. In a lot of ways, I think a lot of people don't even realize or ever realized was being used for. Because they just hop on there to share hot takes or stupid tweets or cat gifs or barely translated hate speech. But there's a lot of really good stuff that Twitter was used for. And then someone, not going to name names, decided to fire a lot of the people who worked on all that crap in order to try and make the company profitable. Because, you know, that's what we need out of our news agency. Out of our governmental tool is for it to turn a profit. I can't even. I can't even. So a lot of the individuals and teams that were part of those helpful and useful aspects of Twitter don't exist anymore because they were fired and their jobs were, oh god, what's the term for that? Removed from existence, but there's like a corporate term for that. That's true, Dark Taste. So let's identify the people who don't do and who actually do real work, get rid of them, and keep the people who don't do any real work. I'm sorry, I'm being a little facetious. Only a little. No, it's when your position stops existing. So technically you're fired, but it's more like the job you had doesn't exist anymore. I can't remember what it's called. I don't care. Nobody cares. Downsizing. I remember downsizing from the 90s. Anyways, we killed all the Metroids. Woo! We're done with Area 3. This game is long. Alright. I've noticed there's an interesting tempo to the stages, specifically in Samus Returns, that is not present in the other two. In the other two, you enter an area, and then the game just weaves in and out of exploration, combat, finding a Metroid, finding a new item, gaining access to new areas, finding another Metroid. You know, it's all just kind of interwoven. In this one, it's a lot more go to new area, explore new area, get new tech, and then use new tech to find Metroids pretty solidly. Boom, boom, boom. I'm not saying that's worse, it's just interesting that it's so much more defined than the previous two games. Yeah, it's weird that it's so much more linear given how less linear it is. Because there's a lot of malleability to what routes you take in a lot of these stages after you get the items. And there's a crap ton more backtracking for 100%ing. Come on, I can make that jump. There we go. I guess obsolete works. That's still not quite what I was going for, though. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We've obsoleted your job. There you go. Boom. Clean your desk out. Backtracking is not inherently good or bad. Boring backtracking is always bad. And that's all down to individual design. Can I just say, of all the enemies in this game, the flying bat things, least favorite. By far. You know, I just realized this is my refill spot right here. I'm dead serious. This is the spot I should go to refill, because it's got these two guys right here. So if I ever need a refill in the future, this is where I'm going. So yeah, the type of backtracking, so you could change how you are for backtracking, you could change how the world is for backtracking, you can change how the encounters are for backtracking, you could change the rewards for backtracking, or you could do none of these things and be a bad game. Yeah, and then you'd be the messenger. Exactly. Don't kill me. Oh god, don't kill me. I know you want to do it. I see that murder in your eyes. Well, I do actually need missiles for once. I suppose I shouldn't say for once. Sorry. What I mean by that is I've been by this missile door several times, and I keep not getting it because I keep not needing them. Or missile refill. I mean, the game was pretty solid until the Metroidvania stuff. And then it became a first game. Pentiment. The game that wants to spit in your face as often as possible. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh no, oh no. Oh my god, okay. That was just... Ugh. So, that's the big three. Now, let's see. Area 4 in AM2R was the... no, not the Hydro Plant. It was, the distribution facility, right? Right. I think. Maybe. Maybe not. Look, I don't know anything, okay? Oh, it was the tower. Oh, no. Oh, no. The time has come. The moment is at hand. So yeah, the tower has kinda not been great. Both times. Issues, issues like you do. Yeah, no, Area 3's... Area 3 is pretty big in all of them. It's just, that place was gargantuan. My goodness. What? Yep. Yeah, I remember that too, Rex. So, Metroid 2, I forget the subtitle, I think it's Return of Samus, is the original Game Boy game. Came out back in 91, I want to say. Long time ago. Then we have... Oh, God damn it. Then, over 10 years, a fan, along with several other people, were working on a project called AM2R, or Another Metroid 2 Remake. That came out... gosh... 8 years ago now, I want to say? Yeah, 2016. I was trying to math. I shouldn't math. Came out 8 years ago. Or, it came out in 2016. That was a fan project. It's on the PC. Has nothing to do with anything. In fact, I don't think those people even knew that there was an official remake in hand, which is this one, Samus Returns. Most people, myself included, usually just refer to this as Samus Returns in order to distinguish it from the other two Metroids. Oops, I actually did need to use that. Yes, please. Now, of these games, AM2R is pretty solidly a proper remake of Metroid 2. It is the same game, same map, same items, with a few exceptions. It is mostly the same overall experience, polished up and touched up to a shine. This game is pretty different. Different combat, different mechanisms, different acid pools, and vastly different level design, to the point where If you look at the map side by side, you might not even be able to tell. I'm just stumbling today. That you're looking at the same map. Which one do I prefer? Well, that's the point of the review, isn't it? If I told you now, I wouldn't be doing my job very well, would I? One Metroid in the area. That's actually terrifying. That's actually worse than 10 Metroids. I don't know. Maybe that's just the way my brain thinks. But I think 10 Metroids, I think, okay, there's a list. I think one Metroid, I think, oh god, what's going on with that one Metroid? What's unique? Why is there only one Metroid in this area? Oh god, oh god. Oh god, as to me, no. Yes, I'm fighting the Doom guy of Metroids. Which is funny when you consider who we are. Could you tell Luke to piss off? I'm not in the mood for him today. And now we have suicide bombers. Come on. Come on. There we go. Jeez Louise. Samus Returns definitely has a very different tempo than AM2R. And that's probably at least partially because of the fact that it's a literally longer game. I'm pretty sure we have already surpassed AM2R in terms of overall length. We're in Area 4 of 9. Very true. True to 4. Fitting. Okay. I know 100%ing this game is longer. I'm not sure if it's going to be longer for our playthrough, because we're not 100%ing. Ow. This game's definitely leaning a bit more on the atmosphere vibe lean. In fact, I would go so far as to say this game is probably leaning more on the story axis in general than AM2R is. Which is funny, but makes sense when you consider who's in charge of the project. Mr. Story himself. Oh, I actually think this will score better on the story axis than AM2R did. I really do. Do I remember Fusion? Not really. You'll notice I don't talk about Fusion a lot. It's probably the one I knew the least about of all of them. Not counting the ones I'm not even counting, like Hunters and Pinball. Can I refill my health here? Because that'd be nice. Please? Please refill my health? No? Okay. Cool. Cool. Alright, let's die. Okay, that shortcuts us up a little bit. Gets us some health back, too. I anticipate Fusion will score pretty well. I just don't think... I don't know. I'm not sure if it'll score amongst the greats. We'll see. You never know. Like I said, I am the least familiar with it. Who knows? Okay, could you not do what you're doing, please? Not to see here, officer. Listen, I've heard video games can't have story. It's a rule. Well, yeah, we I guess by definition we cannot beat that today. I think. Hang on, where are we at? Oh, I'm wrong. One second. Okay, we have currently beaten the length of AM2R in its entirety in Area 4 of Samus Returns. Like I said, I think that officially says it. AM2R is going to score better. Guaranteed. This game would have to do much better in order to compensate for that additional length. God, Metroid 1 was such a wonderful game that I loved and cannot wait to replay. The golden number is improved by score density, yes. There are other things. There's actually a lot of other things that go into it. But density is a thing, yes. It really did, Ross. As I've said before, the actual length barely matters in, like, everyday parlance. It kind of it matters how long does it feel like it was. So was it here? What was that spot that had the refill? I feel like it was here. Let's find out. Yeah, Dread feels short, but it's much longer than 1, which is actually shorter. She's another example. Pentiment is a longer game than Messenger, but Messenger feels longer. This is the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah, it's okay. Ratio factors in, density factors in. There's a couple other quiet things in the background that keep track of how well a game retains quality. So to explain that a little bit, let's say there's a game that's really long, but it's solid, but it never really like keeps being better, if that makes sense. It doesn't keep generating positives. That's going to score, you know, okay, but its density is obviously going to hurt it. But let's say there's a game that's really long that actually retains quality. It doesn't stop being good at a certain point. It keeps gaining new positives. You might think that's covered under density, and it kind of is, but density can get swayed by other factors. So instead, we actually have a separate calculation, which keeps track of retained quality, which Savacom and I spent a while figuring out the specifics of getting that working. So any game that retains quality tends to actually score better than a shorter game with higher density. Oh, I'm on the wrong weapon. To explain that in simplicity, let's say there's a 1-hour game that's good and a 50-hour game that's really good. Logically speaking, the 50-hour game should have higher golden number, but under some iterations of the previous systems, before the Oblivion line, that wasn't taken into account. And so the game that was 2 hours just would always be better, because density was just overriding everything. And that's not how this should work. So now, retained quality, like you say, kind of accounting for Sunshine Syndrome, is another thing. So, oh, absolutely, Mike Romano. In fact, I plan to review movies someday in that thing. Or at least a few movies. Not a lot, just a few. Anyways, that's why games like StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, Grand Theft Auto 5, Mario Wonder score so well. They never had Sunshine Syndrome. They never reached that point where they stopped retaining positives, and so they get that extra little boost. Well, the system I use could certainly work for anything. The really important part is figuring out the metrics. I was actually thinking about this somewhat recently. You couldn't just make the review system I have whole cloth. The review system we have was developed and based over years of experience. You know, those categories that are on the spreadsheet, those categories exist because some game somewhere had those things, right? Like, imagine sitting down right now, having never reviewed a game before, and thinking, okay, what are all the aspects of gameplay I have to cover? Do you think you'd come up with all the things we came up with? Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Spazer! Life is good. And an immediate way to test it. Spazer. 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 Die. Die. Everything die. If you want to just say which songs you like better than other songs, what you need to do is you need to find a tournament scheduler. I know that sounds strange, but I mean it. You get a tournament scheduler, and what it'll do is it'll set up each song versus each other song. So, do I like song A or B? Do I like song A or C? Do I like song A or D better? Then it'll rate them. Then you do B to D and B to C and so forth and so on, right? You know, you're right, Asdamine. Right now, StarCraft 2 reigns supreme. But that could change. It has before. In 1 year, we found 3 new kings at the top of the score sheet. I mean, if you want to be that organized, Mike Tamano, then I sympathize completely, because I do that too. Alright, hang on. Switch down to ice. Oh, I'm sorry, Yura. Don't hurt. Take a moment, take a settle. Why? Why is there a missile there? That's true, Blake Jamal. It does continue to move forwards. Why is that there? I'm so confused. There is a missile thing there. What do you know? Okay. I'll accept that. Still rather have E-tanks, but yeah, I can always use more missiles. Especially when we get supers. Speaking of which, I do want to also absolutely share credit for the creation of the system we use, because it's not like I did it in a vacuum, right? Oh, let's go save. Let's go save. Review I'm most glad I did. Oh, now that's an interesting question. Because that also includes the reviews that currently are invalid, that helped build the current review system. You know, like, we've actually reviewed the Final Fantasies. Those reviews are invalid because the system's moved on quite a bit. At least in part because of those reviews. We actually established several precedences during the FF reviews. See, I don't think I'm physically capable of that, Ocean Gaming. Too terrible. Hold on, so now we can go through Poipeldor. Pretty sure it's that one up there. So, for example, Starfield, don't buy. Yeah, Mario Wonder, do buy. Right now. Why haven't you bought Mario Wonder yet? What is wrong with you? Go buy Mario Wonder. Alright, that's interesting. Alright, everyone. I think our spruce needs a little donating. I mean, Starfield would need some pretty substantial changes to make it work. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I've seen worse games made good. Yeah, FF14 1.0 will continue to be the example forever of turning the worst game ever made into FF14. That's a feat right there. It's okay, Ocean Gaming. Help is on the way. We're gonna send some good games on your way. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna get a care package of Oblivion, Outer Worlds, and Dragon Age Origins. God, yeah, Diablo 3. Diablo 3 did not start off in a good place. And it's currently one of our top 3 games ever. Oops. Nothing, really? Nowhere near as good, Blade Tamal. Nowhere near as good. Mind me. Well, Cyberpunk is something that's on the list. And Baldur's Gate 3 is something that's on the list. But I'm charging extra for both because we've already reviewed them, and those are long games. And that's my reasoning, and I'm not really shy or embarrassed about that. In fact, I've never said anything otherwise, too. So if you want me to do that severe of an audit run, then you're going to be paying extra. Because that is a gargantuan chunk of time to recover something we've already covered. Yeah, it's not quite a veto. It's more of a, you're going to have to earn that one. I wonder. I don't think he liked that. Oh, he didn't like that at all. He's already transitioning to phase 2. But yeah, it's probably not obvious because we've done a lot of functionally audit runs in the last year. But the goal is to minimize that. In fact, we've kind of already done most of the audit runs I want to. Because, you know, I wanted to. Witcher 1 isn't vetoed. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. Ah! For the Witcher series, I'll tell you what. Give me infinite time, and I will cover the Witcher series. How's that sound? I know, right, Harspruce? I just got full auto. What? Persona 5, believe it or not, is a game I'd kind of like to do an auto run of. It was a solid game that I enjoyed quite a bit. Problem is, it's Persona 5. So it's just ridiculously low priority. You know, I have so many other games to cover before we even think about that. Hell, I'm technically still not caught up. Although I'm getting pretty close. Okay, shortcut unlocked. The Witcher 1 remake, I believe, is on the list. Could be wrong. And yeah, Persona 5 is probably the longest, like, single-player game. Sorry, Persona 5 is like the longest single-player game ever. It's certainly in the running, if it isn't literally it. Why? Oh, god damn it. It's not on the list, my bad. Either way, if the Witcher Remake 1 remake does exist, sure. That's a bit of a caveat emptor, though. I said the same thing with Baldur's Gate 3, actually. I haven't actually 100% given the green flag to the Baldur's Gate 3 audit yet. And that was the thing I told everyone. If you want to donate for this, I'm not guaranteeing I'm going to play it. So be aware of that. I think you're right, Junifor. There's a lot of them. I think it was alphas in the original. Yeah, it sounds like it's down. Ah, I know where it is. It's in the preventing me from getting health back area. That's where it is. Would I play WoW if there wasn't another player in it? Depends on if I could do raids and dungeons solo. Guild Wars 1 style. All the health I've been storing up to one enemy. That was actually funny. Did you see that? Burn! And it's just dead. Just in the face. Damn. God, that just sounds like regular old vanilla at that point, Uthor. Yes, Samus has a little bit of orc blood. What can we say? Let's do... I hate those little spider things. Oops, wrong way. Oh, excuse me. Thanks, Esdamine. Appreciate you. Okay. So that was the tower. Huh? I think that's technically Area 5's equivalent, or whatever. The mining facility, right? The one that's barely an area in the original and an AM2R. Damn it, Uthor. Leave those trolls alone. They need those ears. supers. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. Great. And there's an E-tank, which I would like to have. But, you know, we all like things. There's things we all want in our lives. And getting used to disappointment is considered the quintessential human experience. A fallacy which is perpetuated by old rich people who want to make sure that nobody ever contests their rule. I ain't playing today. No, really. I ain't playing it. Get out of the way. Use. Every now and again, I just want things to die, you know? Is that so much to ask? Oh, you know an orc would like steak tartare. Oh, thank God. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this really does qualify as a mining facility. Just, giving a look at the place. No, filet mignon, it's all burnt and it's got all these weird juices on it. Ugh. Ruins the flavor of the meat. Interesting. Sure, what's up here? Potato rolls? What about pretzel buns, Ross? Wait, so this is... Oh, this whole thing is Area 4. Favorite console for graphics? Okay, I'm going to assume you mean, like, the games on the console. Because obviously, like... There's good graphics and bad graphics on the same console, you know what I mean? Honestly, the SNES. Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3, Final Fantasy 6, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Secret of Evermore, Star Fox. Like, no, it's the SNES. So you know him, you love him. Give a big ZB's welcome to Dig or Not. All right, how many times do you think I'm gonna die? I'm guessing at least 20. I might actually die because of this. Because I have to take my hands off the controls to do that. Interesting. Yeah, Evermore may or may not be a good game, but I was not asked about the quality of the game. I was asked about how it looks. Button, that's gonna cost me. Yep, no. So, in muscle memory, I tapped L1 to aim up to swing across. For those who don't understand the significance of that, L1 does not do that in this game. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, hang on. I'm not actually sure if there's rubber banding on this part. Please? Holy crap. Oh yeah, by the way, good checkpointing. So that was what, 3 deaths? 18, 37? Round 3. Oh my god. Okay, that was not the right move. Okay. Yeah, let's see if we can just straight up shoot through this. Hey, we can. I'm wondering. Wow, that knockback. Did you see that? I will admit most DS games, especially the bad... Well, the bad 3D of the DS games is very distinct. No arguments there. Can't switch that fast. I have to take my hand off the controls, reach up to the mouse, Half the pad. Oh, man. Okay, hang on. Okay, while I'm in ball form, we'll switch. There we go. Be a good time for that dedicated ball button from Amtor as well. Over on the subject. That's bullcrap. Yeah, I know, Asdamine. I know. Someone kill Asdamine right now. All right. I couldn't unball, if you were wondering what happened there. I couldn't get out of ball form. So I couldn't make the jump. It just takes so long to switch between the two. Good lord. For what it's worth, I tend to like things like this. Non-standard challenge, you know. Space jump. Ugh. 8 deaths, man, that felt like more than that. I mean, it makes sense. The meat grinder had it because it was grinding up the nearby area, ground up the statue, you saw that earlier, and absorbed it on accident. So. Not yet. Give me time, Super Banjo. Give me time. This down. This down. And now Samus is like, very hungry. Let's get to a save point. Because dinner's probably going to be ready soonish. Or I may never eat again. So you got to be all dramatic about it, you know. Guys, I am quitting YouTube. Forever. This is the last video I'll ever do. God, so do I, Mike Romano. Food is nice from a social and a cultural perspective, but, like, if I could go without ever having to eat again, I think I'd make that bargain in a heartbeat. No, I know what you meant, Mike Romano. You severe alcoholic, or I mean... don't care. Listen. Another super missile door. If I could get rid of any need to sleep, eat, drink, or breathe, I'd probably do it instantly. I mean, food can be a good usage of time, Czar. And the rest of the time, it's kind of a pain. I also live in the United States, and as with many other countries, there's a... let's call it an economic incentive to make food worse for people. And so, food is a little bit less healthy and a little bit less nourishing in some specific respects than it used to be. Now, that's a trend that could turn around, and I hope to God it does. But, good lord, it would be really awesome if I didn't have to worry about any of that crap anymore, you know? Like, I don't know about y'all, I literally don't have the ability to eat healthy. Like, I don't have the capacity to. Even if I made the choice to. So that's an exit only. Metroid over here. But there's also a power-up. I like power-ups. I really want power-ups in my life. Supers! Yeah, being perfectly healthy but always being hungry, that literally sounds like a curse. That sounds like the kind of thing you'd see that's just straight up a curse. That there's nothing else to that. Oh, jeez, it's going to be a tap. Okay. Actually, I still do that to this day, Ocean Gaming. If I'm going to have something sweet, I need something to recover from it. Super. No problem. No. There we go. I actually do not have diabetes. Go figure. It's just basic blood sugar. I am quite grateful I do not have diabetes. I don't think I can deal with that. I do not make enough money to deal with diabetes. No, Czar. Although I do like water. Funnily enough, pretty much the only thing I drink is water. It's just whether it's carbonated or not. Yeah, diabetes is horrific. That's something... Like, there's a lot of things you could cure. Obviously, the first thing I would pick would be... pretty much everything to do with dementia. Which I know is actually, like, 5 or 6 things that we know of. But if I could just cure all dementia, that'd be my first pick. But my second pick would be diabetes. Let's just fix that, yo, right? Here you go. Boop. Done. No issues. I mean, honestly, cancer wouldn't even be my third choice. Don't mistake me, cancer's awful, but, like, we have come up with so many wonderfully horrible things in life. I feel like if you're giving me just one pick, I'm going to go for one of the really prolific ones. Oh yeah, I have space jump. Come on, Laura. Wake up, wake up. It's like, how am I supposed to get up here? It's almost like they made it so I can't get up here without space jump. Okay, you're dead. You're dead. Die. You've pissed me off. You're dead. You're dead. You're all dead. I understand that, Pillars of Snow, completely. I'm close to a lot of people, including my mother-in-law, who currently has cancer, and my uncle, who is currently dying of cancer. I'd still pick dementia first. Dementia is awful. Just the worst. I cannot put into words. I cannot put into words how absolutely awful dementia is. It's like, congrats. You're functionally perfectly healthy. Except at some point in time, your brain will actually kill itself. And also, you'll stop being a human being at a certain point. Enjoy. Oh no. Oh no. Zeta time. They hurt too. Juked me. Holy crap. Really juked me. Yeah, those hit like a truck, but I don't know if you saw that. Just... yikes. God damn it. I also keep forgetting I have space jump now. I know it's a grapple spot. I can't swap that quickly. I could try to just be on grapple. Let's just do that. Let's just be on grapple. See how this works out. Or not, sure. So I take it back. We can use grapple in combat. Negative to gameplay. That was fun. Yeah, I think I like the Zeta fights. Certainly better than the Gamma fights, which I've already kind of gotten tired of. Oh my god. Oh my god. And we're dead. What's with all the energon crystals, I wonder? No way. Alright, him. See you around, little Billy. Really? Really? Or a screw attack, which we, of course, do not have. Well, since that is an energy upgrade, and we need those like we need everything, we'll put a little indicator right there for that. We'll probably never come back for it, but, you know, it's there. Yeah, let's save with 93 health. 71 health. Ugh, there we go. 30 health would just be one-shot kills instantly, like, anywhere in this freaking game. Well, that's not true. Probably not in, like, the starter zone, but everywhere else. Yeah. Well, I did just save. What you making, Ross? Okay, so I cannot space jump underwater. That's actually a good thing to know. See, this is helpful information. Ooh, lemon bars. Those are great when they come out well. Listen, every now and again you just gotta jump into a lava pit. Sound tactical advice. Do note, please do not actually jump into a pit of lava. We here at the Lore Walkers do not recommend this course of action. I mean, a lot of Dread is just going to be Samus, but better, you know? Like, you really can tell they took their lessons to heart. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not as sweet on this game as I thought I'd be, but I've been pretty clear about why. I think the game's too long. And I do. The fact that I'm only in Area 4, like this far in, after a full day of streaming, is just kind of weird. Then again, maybe it's just that it feels long, I don't know. Maybe it's not actually long. I don't know, you guys tell me. What do you think? How long does this feel? Let's go and switch back up to regulars. There we go. Correct, Tuthor. Ditto with Troll and Draenei and Blood Elf and God, I don't even remember what else is. Like Human, I think. I don't know. Well, unfortunately, we're probably cutting off really soon, DC Maven. So I hope you'll be here tomorrow morning to fight Loaderbot. This is irritating. I have to hold down R with my left hand, take my hand off the controller, then do this in order to switch between regulars and supers. Thankfully, I won't have to do that in combat. Wink, wink. Now, in fairness, that's an emulation issue, but I'm not even sure if there's like a way around that, because it's a touchpad thing, right? So a specific part of the screen has to be tapped in order to make that happen. I may just be screwed on that. And there's no pausing, too, because if you pause, the interface goes away. I do find it interesting how most of these fights have multiple arenas. However, I do wish the activity of actually chasing them across it was a little more engaging. Instead of just go to next zone. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like they had an idea here, and indeed, this kind of, conceptually at least, is the same thing they do with the Emmys in Dread. You know, the dynamic moving fight kind of a thing. But I do agree, I feel like it's just sort of padding, as is. This is especially true since, if you think about it, the words, the encounter is the whole encounter. You know how it checkpoints before and after? Well, the checkpoint's at the very beginning. So you fight the first form, then he runs, then the second, then he runs, then the third, right? There's no mid-encounter thing. Now, it does save his health across those. So that's nice. But you get my point. Or maybe you don't. Maybe I suck. Or I'm just gonna stand supers. I don't even care at this point. We're just all super all the time now. Yeah, you know what I'm really worried about? We're gonna get to super and I'm gonna be like, man, this game sucks. 50 negatives for everything. Cut, he's already running. 2 shots and he's running. I actually did a brief lore run for a friend of mine, like a private lore run of Super. I'm pretty sure it's going to score really well. Like what I legitimately plan to do is I'm like, all right, here's the negatives for Super, and I'm just going to write them down right up front. We're just going to start with like 4 or 5 negatives, and then the rest of the stream is just going to be positives, unless I find anything else new to complain about. You never know. Let's just front load the negatives. We know they're negatives. Negatives to gameplay. All of them. Come on. Come out and die. Okay, these are too slow. No, we have not gone back to Enterprise yet. Actually, that's not quite fair. We finished... I can't remember if I actually told you this or not. We finished Stormfront. Now, what's really weird, and I'm going to get some flack for this, Stormfront's a good episode. Well, 2-parter. It is. Don't look at me like that. It's not even good with what he was handed. It's actually a really solid episode. I think a lot of it sits in the strength of the villain. They really nailed a Nazi. Like an actual Nazi. Not someone who's in it for political power. Not someone who's sick and sadistic and just using it to, you know, act out his curiosities or whatever. Yeah, he did, Ross. He even wrote it. the main... I can't even think of his name for some reason. But the main villain of Stormfront is a Nazi. He's a true believer, a true zealot. And he does a really good job with the role. It is honestly kind of terrifying. Okay. Is the episode actually about Nazis? Conceptually, yes. Not the Nazi party, although they are actually involved. But the idea of what Nazi usually means, what we usually mean when we say that word. For some reason, I cannot think of his name. It's such a shame. He's such a great part of that episode. Oh, teleport unlocked. And shortcut to teleport unlocked. Okay. Lol, Lord Hermon. Yeah, the Vulcan two-parter's next. I think. I like all of season 4 except for Bounty. Or not Bounty. Yeah, whatever. The Green Aliens one. Shortcut get. Area 4 is pretty big too. Look at this place. But I'm missing the Metroid. I also didn't care for the Transporter episode. It wasn't a bad episode. It was just average, which is subpar for Season 4. The curse of being a good show, am I right? We actually already did a run-through of that episode, even. The Transporter one. And as I think I've already told you, we've already covered these are the voyages. Still don't know what that icon is. Okay, so the Metroid can't be in there, so where is the Metroid? It has to be down there. It's the only real place to be. Well, it could also be up there, but I don't think it is. Hang on. Is there a teleporter up there? There is. Let's use the waypoint system, shall we? That's funny, because it's a pretty crappy TNG episode, too. Okay, what in the crap? Well, there goes all of my bits. I mean, health. Damn it, Kyfer, trying to get me killed here. By which I mean succeeding at getting me killed. Thank you, Kyfer, very, very much. If you happen to know what you'd like to put those towards, Tevi. Never heard of that. I'll jot it down, and I'll look into it later. Is it all caps? I guess I'll figure it out. Heavy. Sorry, I was about to say it's already on the list because I thought you meant The Elder Scrolls 6. Very, very similar acronym. Which is, I believe, on the list. Weirdly enough. Don't even know what we're calling it yet. It's just Elder Scrolls 6. I can't wait to see what a train wreck that's going to be. Like, there's no way they're going to... the course correct, right? There's no way. They can't. Impossible. Exactly, Blade Duvall. They're right on course. It's not gonna be good. It's not gonna be good. We all know it's not gonna be good. There's no way. There is no way it could be anything other than garbage. Yeah, you can't do better if you don't think you've done wrong. I've talked about that a lot, conceptually. You have to be willing to admit that you've lost in order to improve. I don't think they're willing to admit they've lost. I don't think they have admitted they've lost. And admittedly, if we're at the point where we're thinking, will it be better than Starfield, then that's already pathetic. That's the wrong kind of green door. I thought that was the other kind of green door. Damn. Okay. Okay, that's okay. I can work with that. Will it be better than Dragon Age 4? Another game that will suck, by the way. Right up there with Mass Effect 5, which will suck, by the way. Like, none of these things are debatables. And I will gladly eat my crow if I'm wrong about any of these, because I would much rather they actually be good games. But they won't be. Elder Scrolls 6 will suck. Dragon Age 4 will suck, and Mass Effect 5 will suck. You know, yeah, actually. I was shocked that even happened, or that they were willing to say that in such a public setting, because it's such a taboo in corporate mindset to admit that you have screwed up. Prime 4? I actually have really high hopes for Prime 4. Which, given my track record, means it's going to be our new worst rated game ever. It's a saying. If you've done badly, you have to go and you have to eat crow, because you screwed up. I don't even remember where it's from. Don't ask me. You know, I'm not actually sure, Mr. Red. I've never studied the history of the never admit you're wrong mentality. I know it exists for a reason, and I know it exists for a dumb reason. But I don't know specifics. Okay, so this looks like a fun area. Filled with warmth, joy, and death. I would actually agree with that, Huthor. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, Prime 4 is going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. Especially since it's retro. Name a bad game that Retro has made. What? As to mean, what? Alright, where's the donuts? Where's the donuts? Yeah. Alright. I don't have any donuts, but I have these senbai. Is that okay? You have like a rice intolerance or anything? Hey, shove! Those are good, by the way. You should try them. I do agree with you about the control thing. I do, absolutely. And of course, once it, came out on the 3DS, that issue was solved immediately. Go figure. But I'm sorry, DKCR is still a good game, even if it's mired in bad controls. But I still think my statement is true. So, in the United States, when it comes to corporate legal matters, I know one of the reasons that they say to never admit flaws is specifically so that the customers will never sue you for them. Which is really, really stupid, by the way, for a lot of reasons. Which I honestly don't feel like getting into right now, if that's okay with you. But you get the mentality, right? We screwed up. Shareholders immediately sue you because you screwed up. What's your evidence? You admitted it. Cool. Bragwin might be able to Kyphrin. Oh no, it's a regular-ass Metroid. That is now dead. Once you've started having shareholders, getting rid of them is much harder to do than you think. Like ants, you know? Shareholders are like ants. Or termites might be another good word. You know, they're infesting everything, and you think you got rid of them, but then there's... Ah, they're back! Ugh. Parasites. Yeah, investors are like cockroaches. No, the real problem is the people who actually manage those markets. So, I'm sure several people of you in chat right now own stock. Now, I don't mean this as a dig in any way, but how many of you actually pay attention to the operations of the company that you're invested in? What's more likely, and what isn't... Thank you, Bragman. What is far more common is that the shareholders just kind of let the stock either sit there forever, or they let someone else manage it for them. And that person is an asshole, because they're evil and awful. And I am barely joking about that. The investor... what do I call it? Like investment consultants, whatever stupid title they've come up with for themselves. They're a straight-up scam. And discussing why would take me a while, so forgive me for not going into it. There we go. Sorry. Couldn't find the hole. Portfolio managers. What's really sad is there are actual financial investors and experts out there. You probably, if you go Googling for one, you probably won't find one. Which is just pathetic. Also, generally speaking, most people who are actually good at managing investments are already doing it for people much richer than we are. They have their job. They have their money pot. They're good. What's over here? Death. I do like death. I had a YouTube comment. This is actually very recent, just a few days ago. Come through, which told me, and I'm just going to paraphrase here a little bit, that I have no right to criticize certain things because I am less financially successful than the people I am criticizing. And since wealth is the only actual demonstrable and objective measurement of success, the people who are richer than me are, therefore, smarter than me, and better than me, obviously. Now, there's a lot of reason why is that funny, and it might have been a joke, I don't know. You never know, that happens. But the thing I found funniest about that is the number of people who are rich who actually have done anything to either earn that money or continue to keep that money in their investment is probably approaching zero. Because when you're rich enough, you don't have to manage your money. You hire someone else to do that for you, just like DZ Maven just mentioned. Now granted, I'm not doing super well financially. That's not an e-bag. Please don't send me money, please. But, you know, I don't own a house and probably never will. will probably be completely reliant on others for the remainder of my life. And that's just kind of reality. So by that measurement, yeah. By the way, giant Chozo statues of a warrior class. And some kind of training grounds looking thing? Interesting. I wonder what this all is about. Well, let's finally head on to 5. I believe this is our version of the tower. I think. Yeah, no kidding, Uthor. At a certain level of wealth, it is very self-propagating. I'd say by design, but it's just math at that point. Oh, that would be cool, Esdamine. It reminds me of a quote, if you'll forgive me the quote. It's easy to be a billionaire, it's harder to be a millionaire. Oh, I love the visuals of this game, Savika. Of all the things that I think AM2R does better than this, and there are several, I think this game handles the visual elements so much better. Not just in terms of quality, but in terms of what it's doing, the art direction on display. Like Evo was talking about earlier. If I can't trust a trained artist, what can I trust? The HUD should be up to date, but let me think about that for a second. Let me pop this. Let me do a safety save, which hopefully won't crash the game. Okay, we're good, we're good. No crashes. Get to a slightly safer area. There we go. Although, hang on. I got a better idea. Death to everything. Death. He's not dying. Die more! Okay, cool. Enjoy some nice Brinstar-esque visuals. Yeah, no kidding, Esdamine. Because, yeah, now we're in Area 5, which in the original was like a nothing burger, if I'm remembering correctly. But here, in fact, here, I'll pull up AM2R's map really quick. Give me a second. So, Area 5, so there's, hang on, so 1, 2, 3... 4, so 4, 5, 6. So this is area 6, technically, I guess? I'm trying to... It's not linear, is the problem. Because we have the tower, the mining facility, and the research site. And the industrial complex was area 3. We're done with that. We're definitely done with that. So as I say, this should be the tower equivalent, because we kind of skipped over, or rearranged a couple of things. But anyways, yeah, so this is the tower. The tower in AM2R was certainly fine, and also it contained one of the best bosses of the game. And it did have the escape sequence in the power reactor, so that was cool. But, I mean, Space Jump in AM2R was not great. Hello, Game Geek. How are you doing? Well, you better have a good birthday, or I swear. Happy birthday, GameGeek. The cat's like, no, no, right here. Just stay right here. No, 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 stay right here. Stay here. Stay. The volcanoes have started erupting pus. Yeah, that sounds about normal. Double checking my notes. Where are we right now? Oh, wrong. There we go. Area 5. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. We absolutely did, yes, Uthor. Okay. Now, well, now the review sheet is up to date. I don't know exactly when the next thing will go live to actually make the document up to date. Or the HUD, sorry. Me, don't mind me. I feel like I have Europe, but I'm gonna go ahead and say no and play it safe. Teleporter! Woo-hoo! I love how there's no map station. I just hit this button periodically and there's my map. I'm not actually joking. I do like the map place, like, a lot. It's a minor touch, but it puts more of the exploration and filling out the map in my hands other than just wandering around. And I appreciate. Shortcut get. I've noticed in Area 3, or excuse me, God, getting my numbers screwed up. In Area 4, there was a lot more focus on shortcut design, which I also appreciate. Die, die. You got in my way. You know what that means. Yeah, I'll let you live. Here we go. Let's go refill really quick. I can't remember where it is. Was it this one? God, I don't know. I think it was this one. I'm going to memorize it one of these times. But I do like good shortcut design, and it's especially important in a game like this to minimize backtracking, especially a game that pretty much requires you to come back and backtrack later on. You know, to gather items and whatnot. I wonder how many E-tanks I'm missing at this point that I should have or should have access to. So let's refill really quick. You ever feel bad for these guys? I wonder what's out there. Ah! Bob, do you say something? Ah! Jill, did you say anything? Ah! Jolene, did you say something? Ah! Bobina, did you say ah? That's just it. There's just this line of people. Did you hear something? Ah! What's everyone saying? Ah! Just a line of them. Did you hear something? Ah! Sorry. No pity. They are vats of health that we are ripping out of them. Look, those Dodai, they had it coming, Savicum, okay? Look, give me a minute, I'll come up with some kind of stupid justification for it. They were barren! Could you, Baron? I mean, they were in the way. And that is a very, very dangerous place to be. As this Metroid can attest. Never be in my way. Yeah, this is a hell of a take on the tower. Remember, even in the Game Boy version, it was, you know, a tower. So, who wants to guess we're getting Gravity Suit here? No bets? The timing keeps changing each game, so I keep having to relearn it. Just missiles. I don't care. Here, gone. Let's go. It's just missiles. Nobody cares. Die. Yeah, Supers I know pretty well. And Prime 1s of all games. This game? No idea. Yeah, Supers is Lower Norther. You were correct. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that beat right there. Yes, this is... Oh, God. Okay, so final Aeon ability. Any guesses? We already have Turbo Death, which does this. We have Shield, which is awesome. And we have the Scan. Phase Drift. Which is, of course, slow time for everyone but you. Probably Astamine. Whoa! So as you can see, we now actually have a way to get across the braking blocks, which is usually the spot taken by the speed booster, so same general functionality. Shortcut get, again. 3DS version of WoW. I mean, I've seen a Game Boy version of WoW. I mean, yeah, functionally it is a speed booster. And in lore. Yeah, look at those frames, those tasty, tasty frames. Stutter, stutter, stutter. I don't even care. Brinstar has always been a great theme. There's been some great mixes of this over the years. There's one in Dread, there's one in Prime 2. Oh, agreed. Reckless Sampler. 100%. Listen, we don't talk about Torvus. Ever. Whoa! I was lower in health than I thought I was. When's our last save? It might be our chop-off point. I've already streamed over the limit anyways. The transition. Okay, cool. Well, tune in tomorrow. For real. I'll see you guys. Just do a save state.